No, yeah, I'm just gonna have it also capture the fucking. Because I don't care. I don't care anymore. Okay. Oh wait, I'm very quiet now with the change. Okay, I need to max it out then. There we go. Holy mo, that's why I sounded so quiet on all my freaking things. Because I messed with the gain on the mic. And now it was out of balance again. Dang. Okay.
Oh, that does make sense. Makes a lot of sense.
To the story that you aren't the first test subject to go through these trials.
It's like another good example of this I'm thinking of is, you know, in the Helldivers 2, the tutorial where like there's a bunch of like, I think bullet holes and like shit and like maybe, I don't know if it's dead people or something like that. Like right before you go up against those two big like turrets that shoot you. So like, you know, oh my God, like I want to move down, right? There's blood. Yeah, I forgot exactly what it was.
Might have been many more people before you who have lost their minds in these chambers. Of course people would leave graffiti in that circumstance, especially if they found something that they want future test subjects to try and find as well.
Sure.
But the second thing that I find interesting and kind of hilarious when people talk about Portal signposting is that they rarely talk about the actual main test chamber levels themselves. Like, you cannot get much more explicitly signposted than you do in Portal's fundamental level design. Every chamber is a featureless white room with almost nothing to interact with beyond the relevant puzzle elements, like buttons.
I think also like another big issue with this is that a lot of the dialogue on the internet about this comes from people that are extreme gamers. You know, these are hardcore capital G video game aficionados, okay? Like they've been playing video games for 20 years. They have, you know, there's their top 50 video games. What do whenever they're bored? They play video games. So like a lot of video games, if you've played, for example, like for me in Elden Ring was easy for me to understand what to do because I played every Dark Souls game. I played Bloodborne, I played Demon Souls, and then I also played Sekiro. So guess what? Whenever I play Elden Ring, I understand what to do intuitively because I played all of these other games. It's the same thing as like whenever I played Monster Hunter, like I had problems picking up some things. Like for example, the menus didn't make sense to me. Why is that? Because I hadn't played a lot of games that were built for console and ported to PC. I just hadn't played games like that. And so like the intuition that a person would have to go through certain actions just wasn't there because I never developed that knowledge. I never even knew that this was a thing. And so like, here's a really good example. How many of you guys have a parent or a grandparent who doesn't know how to turn on or turn off an appliance, right? Many people. And how many of those appliances have the button on it that has the circle with the line down the middle, right? And so all of them have that. But the parent doesn't know that because they don't have that baseline of knowledge. They have no idea. Like, for example, like your grandparents, like your grandpa might have known how to fucking build a car, but he doesn't understand the universal power signal. Right? And so that's what the issue is that a lot of times whenever people complain about this, they don't realize that like they are the extreme and they know all of this stuff already And so, of course, it's easy for them. It's like, for example, like, here's another good point. Remember whenever I talk about how WoW is really easy, or sorry, WoW is really hard, and then you have people in chat that are saying it's easy, and I, like, look at their account, and they've been playing for 15 years? I mean, fuck, if you've been playing 15 years, it better be fucking easy by now. I mean, holy shit, man. Right? And so, it's people they're not even aware of the extent of their knowledge.
And cubes. Every button has an explicit label on it with a dotted line directing you to what puzzle element it interacts with. Every level's exit door is explicitly designed and labeled the exact same way to ensure that the player knows exactly where the goal of each level is and what needs to be done to unlock
obvious.
it. I mean, hell, there is a literal gigantic 10-foot tall glowing sign at the start of every level that tells you what every element you have to interact with will be for that level. And yet, I've seen almost nobody involved in this discourse, even when explicitly talking about Portal, ever bring this up. And why is that? Because Portal explicitly takes place...
It doesn't make you look like a fucking idiot. It doesn't make you think like you're a fucking idiot. That's the problem. This discussion is primarily about how something makes a person feel, and not necessarily the reality of it.
In a setting where you're navigating artificially created test chambers created by humans for other humans to navigate and solve. If you took Portal's test chamber signposting and put it in virtually any other game, then yeah, it would be just as, if not far more, blatantly handholdy and out of place as some people claim yellow paint is. But because of the setting that is established for Portal, these puzzle elements work perfectly fine.
Another good example of this is in Armored Core 6. Whenever you're in the training regiment, you're literally in a simulation, and the simulation is created and designed in a way for you to do training. So it doesn't feel like you're being handheld in the same way. It's context. Yeah, exactly.
As a means of directing the player to where they need to go and what they can and cannot interact with. This is also why whenever you finally break free of the test chambers in Portal, suddenly all of the explicit puzzle element signposting completely disappears, because it would no longer make any sense for these elements to exist outside of the test chambers.
Yeah.
Thus, the game shifts towards much more relatively subtle forms of signposting, like using the aforementioned method of having light sources direct the player instead. Essentially, the main takeaway, in my opinion, is that signposting can be as blatantly obvious as you want as a designer, but only if it makes sense in the world that you establish. Otherwise, you risk breaking that precious verisimilitudeness that...
It's the fucking immersion, right? It's like it takes you out of the game. It's the same reason why I think that it's bad if video games have... Like, if there's ever a time that you can access a video game shop from the game itself, it's not a good thing. And, like, you can never see USD or anything like that, because it takes you out of the immersion of the game. Like, Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have that, and I think it's a great thing. I wish more games didn't.
That causes the player to question your level design, or otherwise break their suspension of disbelief. To try and bring this discussion towards a close,
And it's also, like, think about which one is harder to do. To create an internal game logic system that is intuitive to players, that will allow players to logically deduce what the next action that they should take is inside of the video game. Or you just paint the thing yellow. That way they know where to go. You put an arrow. Well, I'd say the arrows are a lot easier, and the yellow is a lot easier. And I think that's why it happens too, is it's much easier to do that.
Example I really want to talk about is how Half-Life 2 literally also uses yellow paint as a form of signposting too, but it does so in such a way that I don't think anyone complains about. There are a variety of caches with extra ammo and healing items strewn throughout the game, but they're always marked by these spray-painted yellow lambda symbols. So, oh no, they're using yellow paint, that means it's terrible, right? Well, that's the thing. The game provides context for their existence. In Half-Life 2, you were literally traversing a secret underground railroad for refugees trying to escape from the Combine. Thus, it's understandable that they would use some sort of Thieves' Cant style symbol symbology to try and denote secret caches of supplies for other travelers.
Right.
It's implied that dozens, if not hundreds of other people have used this railroad before Gordon, and you encounter tons of people that are still actively maintaining it as you make the journey yourself. So of course they've left signs and supplies to help each other out along the way. So that just goes to show that given the right context, even the dreaded yellow paint itself can be used as an effective means of signposting without making it feel too handholdy or like it's breaking the player's immersion.
People just don't like to feel stupid. Like, I don't know what else besides that. That's it.
I mean, to use one more direct example, Horizon Forbidden West also highlights every single ledge and climbable object with a bright yellow marking. But again, the difference is that in Horizon, the main character, Aloy, has a magic iPhone earpiece that can project augmented reality holograms over her vision. So naturally, she simply programmed it to highlight ledges like this to help her out on her journeys. So yeah, ultimately, the core of this whole issue is really more about the fact that more and more games are trying to implement more diegetic gameplay elements. You know, stuff like how every element of Dead Space's UI is meant to be justified in-universe. But some developers seem to struggle with implementing certain elements like signposting into their game's universe seamlessly.
Because it takes longer and, like, they have limited time. So I think that's really the issue, right? And so, like, if you take that one step farther, what do probably all of the games that are rushed and people don't have time in order to fix the intuitive design of the game, what do they probably all have in common? That also affected other elements of gameplay as well. So almost every single game that probably has these, like, really, really obvious, blatant examples of this was probably rushed in a way that made it to where the developers were probably not able to fully cook everything else as well. You see what my point is? How it creates kind of like that confirmation bias of every game that also has this kind of stuff might also have problems because this kind of stuff is an indicator of either bad devs or devs that don't have enough time. That point makes no fucking sense. No, actually, no, really? Yeah, am I explaining that in a good way? Because I think that, like, if in my mind, it makes a lot of sense. Am I saying it in the wrong way? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, all right, good.
To be fair, I think I do prefer to be guided by the game's level design and art assets more than a simple compass or minimap. But if your signposts are going to be as blatantly obvious and out of place as just highlighting every interactable object with random unjustified yellow paint splatters or something to that effect, then maybe you might as well just make it a part of the game's UI instead, as that might be less immersive breaking than trying to eat your cake and have it too.
I think also, like, another factor of this is because a lot of players don't like getting lost and they don't like being annoyed. And so, and now, like, video games, because of streaming and YouTube videos and, like, the fixation around, like, min-maxing, a lot of video games are built to be min-maxed. And so because of that, players ask for these tools because I think that average players are much more goal-oriented than they were maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago. So now a lot more people want this kind of stuff because, like, you obviously see people complaining about it, but you also see people that are complaining about it not being easy to understand as well. And then people stop it. Nobody asked for it? No. I think that, like, whenever you say nobody asked for it, you're right. Because nobody in your community asked for it because they are making these changes for people that are not you. So, like, these changes and, like, these types of hand-holding, basically, are done for people that aren't going on Twitter to talk about video games. These are people that, like, play a new video game once every 3 months and, you know, they play it for 2 hours, you know, every 3 days. Who cares if a single game holds people's hands? Some people need that shit, so don't play it, so don't. Some don't, so don't go play another game. Well, no, I mean, like, I would say that it's, like, for sure better to have a game that has internal logic that allows players to intuit decisions rather than telling a player what decision they should make is. I think it's boring.
There are also plenty of really simple signposting techniques that still don't rely on stuff like minimaps while also trying to not be diegetic. Things like how in some games you can simply hit a button to automatically rotate the camera in the direction that you're meant to go, or maybe a different button that highlights every interactable object on screen
Final Fantasy 16
for a
had
few
that
seconds.
with the dog.
These sorts of things, in my opinion, work really well to help guide players that are stuck, and it's a technique that simultaneously isn't trying to be diegetic while also avoiding cluttering the screen with excess permanent UI elements. It's available.
Well, there's also another factor of this is that a lot of games, there are a lot of, and this started kind of, I think, like the first like main big game that was like really breakout for this is probably The Last of Us, is that there are a lot of games that are effectively a cinematic experience that are, you know, that have added gameplay elements. Like, it's not like this isn't really like a huge, like, difficult video game. The purpose of the game is to let a person play through the story and play through the events. So this type of design isn't as important.
At all times for anyone that might get stuck at any part of a game,
Because people aren't
while
playing
also
for
being
that.
completely invisible and unnecessary, so that players that don't get stuck aren't forced to use them. Ultimately, I do understand why so many games use yellow paint.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
really simple, effective, and easy to implement, and you want your game to be completable by as many people as possible. So you're going to want to minimize.
I don't know if I would agree that people completing the game is necessarily a massive metric for success. I think that, like, there's a lot of people that complete games, but the game wasn't very good. And I think there's other games, like, for example, I bet a lot of people who played Elden Ring didn't complete Elden Ring, but they probably liked the game a lot.
Amount of time that any given player might be lost or not.
It should be
know what to do. And
dependent
really,
based off like
at
why
the end
somebody
of the
stops
day,
playing.
It's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't think anyone is actively going to avoid a game like Resident Evil 4 or Final Fantasy 7 just because it has yellow paint in it.
Yeah, nobody
And if
gives
you're
a shit.
unable to get the time or resources to implement something
Most people, like, this is the same thing, like I said, with like you know, having like politics in a game or like woke shit in a game. Like, nobody's gonna probably, like, it never makes a good game bad or a bad game good, but it can make a good game better or a bad game worse.
then typically you're going to want to lean a little bit more on the hand-holdy side of things, since that's going to help out more players and it's going to annoy. But
Yeah.
I do think it is also...
And also, like, keep in mind that it might look like on the internet it annoys way more people than it helps. That's because, again, on the internet, you are completely surrounded by other people that are lifelong video game players.
completely
a
fair
different
to
dynamic.
call games out for having poorly implemented diegetic signposting, in the same way that people call out games for having overly
Is it gonna bubble?
hand-holdy,
Yeah, exactly.
unskippable tutorials. It is something worth critiquing that could be done a lot better, and if nobody says anything, then developers won't have any reason to try and improve their techniques. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and as always, I'm happy to continue the conversation in the comments down below. What's your stance on the whole yellow paint debate? Do you think I'm right in saying that it's less about the nature of signposting and more about how well integrated the signposting is in the game's
100%.
world?
He's 100%
or do
right.
you think it's something else? Feel free to let me know. And if you liked what you saw, remember to leave me a like. And if you want to see me make more videos like this, then make sure to subscribe and ring the bell so that you can get notified of when I make more videos in the future. And if you really want to help the channel grow, then you can become a member or donate to my Ko-Fi to help me keep doing what I'm doing. But for now, thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you all in the next one.
This is a really good video. I'm gonna be honest. I really like this video. I think that he gave a lot of really good examples, and like for me, like whenever I'm seeing this, I think about like all the examples that I know about. I'll link you guys the video. This is a great video. Like it only has 5,000 views, so like yeah, try to give this guy a sub and a like. He's only got 2,000 subs. Yeah, this is really well done, especially for a channel that's pretty small about this. Absolutely. Yeah, there's the video. It's like people claiming a game is sinking because there's 0.5 Metacritic. You look at the data, only 2K people out of the 100,000 people have actually voted. Yeah, but I mean, like, most good games don't have a 0.5 rating, though, right? And so, like, even then, I think it's important to keep in mind. But to me, like, I think that the main problem is whenever a game does it and it makes the player feel stupid or it breaks the immersion of the game. And I think also, like, it denies the player the ability to solve the problem themselves. Because whenever you remove the ability for the player to have a fail state or not be able to figure out what's going on, it's like if you can't lose, you also can't win. I don't think that a lot of games work very well whenever all they do is let you win and everything is like a massive guided experience. Like, for example, like World of Warcraft questing, like in Dragonflight or, you know, any of the other expansions, like it's kind of boring compared to Classic WoW, isn't it? Like, to me it is. I think that like Classic WoW is just a better game in like every single way. Now, obviously Dragonflight, they tried to do a much different job with it, but at the end of the day, like, you're not really reading the quests, you're not really processing any of the lore or the information.
Wait, I gotta stop that because okay. Fuck. What the fuck? Still posing it for it, dude. Don't shoot the messenger when it comes to cybersecurity. The last thing you want to do is shoot the messenger trying
And if you
to
really
keep
want to
you
help
from
the channel
getting
grow,
hacked.
then you can become a member or donate to my Ko-Fi to help me keep doing what I'm doing. But for now, thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you all in the next one.
This is a really good video. I'm gonna be honest. I really like this video. I think that he gave a lot of really good examples, and like for me, like whenever I'm seeing this, I think about like all the examples that I know about. I'll link you guys the video. This is a great video. Like it only has 5,000 views, so like yeah, try to give this guy a sub and a like. It's only got 2,000 subs. Yeah, this is really well done, especially for a channel that's pretty small about this. Absolutely. Yeah, there's the video. It's like people claiming a game is sinking because there's 0.5 Metacritic. You look at the data, only 2K people out of the 100,000 people have actually voted. Yeah, but I mean, like, most good games don't have a 0.5 rating, though, right? And so, like, even then, I think it's important to keep in mind. But to me, like, I think that the main problem is whenever a game does it and it makes the player feel stupid or it breaks the immersion of the game. And I think also, like, it denies the player the ability to solve the problem themselves. Because whenever you remove the ability for the player to have a fail state or not be able to figure out what's going on, it's like if you can't lose, you also can't win. I don't think that a lot of games work very well whenever all they do is let you win and everything is like a massive guided experience. Like, for example, like World of Warcraft questing, like in Dragonflight or, you know, any of the other expansions. Like, it's kind of boring compared to Classic WoW, isn't it? Like, to me it is. I think that, like, Classic WoW is just a better game in, like, every single way.
Right.
Now, obviously, Dragonflight, they tried to do a much different job with it. But at the end of the day, like, you're not really reading the quests. You're not really processing any of the lore or the information. You're just kind of going through them as fast as you possibly can. And I understand that in Classic WoW, you can just download an add-on. But I'm talking about, like, as a baseline experience. Like, the baseline experience, they've basically completely removed the reason to think, right? You no longer have to think. You no longer have to make decisions. And I do think that that's in a lot of cases a bad thing. And there are games, like, for example, like Dragon's Dogma gives you some tools to solve problems and some tools they don't give you. And so it's like there are some things that are like, I would say Dragon's Dogma is a good example of having mostly very, very good types of like design, But like there are some things that are so ambiguous, it's like I don't even know what to do, right? I have no idea what to do. But I think that letting people, personally, I think it's better to have things err on the side of not knowing what to do than actually knowing what to do. Because even if you don't know what to do through the game, you can always look it up. But if you already know what to do because the game tells you, you can't unlearn that information. Does that make sense? So it's better to err on the side of discovery rather than the side of, security. Discovery is better than security. Security probably isn't a good word for it, but that's the best one I can come up with right now. I'll link you guys a video again.
Context ranged allies. Wait a minute, no. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Happened during a fucking Apex tournament? What the fuck, dude? Hmm. How would I do this? Actually, I probably should.
My weapon is. So I do have a variable for start it. So now let's actually start editing our ranged behavior tree. So open up our AI folder, and in behavior trees, let's open up BT enemy ranged, and let's start doing some. The main thing we need to do now, well, of course, other than than creating the attack events, is what EQS query we're going to run. So for our ranged enemy, I want the enemy to be moving at the maximum distance that they can from the player, and just keep finding a random position around the player, far enough so that it's hard for the player to hit them, but close enough so that they themselves can aim well. So let's create a new EQS query for that. So again, here in our AI folder, EQS, gonna right click, search for environment query, and I'm gonna call this one EQS underscore find ideal ranged location. Open this up, and we're gonna do something a bit different here, but first of all, let's generate a grid of points. So far what we've been doing is selecting the grid size
assumes I was more concerned about people possibly getting hacked. Fucking people, bro. Fucking people. Now, back to learning.
Is manually here. So saying 500, 1000, and so on. And again, to show you how this looks like, or to remind you, select your EQS testing pawn, search here in the details panel for EQS, and choose the new environment query we just created. And again, remember, for testing, we had this EQS context attack target. We want to put it to be our player start location, because in the editor we don't have an attack target yet. So this is again just for... What I want to do now is, in this open up my behavior tree, put this back, open up my behavior tree and select the EQS query here that we just created, find ideal range location. Under query config, you'll notice that we have an array now, and it has a parameter. It says parameter name, grid half size. That's the parameter we just created. And now I can give it a default value here, or I can actually select a Blackboard key to fill in this value. So I'm going to select my attack radius. Nice. So now whatever the attack radius is, this looks like, or to remind you, select your EQS testing pawn, search here in the details panel for EQS, and choose the new environment query we just created. And again, remember, for testing, we have this EQS context attack target. We want to put it to be our half size. If the player is standing somewhere here, and the enemy is standing somewhere here, this shouldn't be a valid location. There's one other thing we want to do. So if I'm standing here, I don't want to stay standing on the same point, and I don't want to move to the point closest to me. I want the enemy to actually move a nice amount of distance before attacking, so that it's actually evading from the player's attacks. So to do that, I'm going to add another test, also distance, but this time I'm going to say distance from querier. And it's going to be filter only, because I want to filter out values that are that have a minimum of, say, 200. Nice. So you can see now that it's filtered out these three. So it's never going to move to the point that it's currently on, or the next two closest points. And if I increase this value a bit to, say, 300, then it's going to increase the distance, the minimum distance the enemy will move. So this means the enemy will move a minimum of more than 300. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep it at that. All right, let's put this back here. Go back to our behavior tree. Oh, actually, one more thing. Since we're just testing with this grid half size as 600, don't forget to put back the data binding to be your query parameter. And then let's say, what do we call it? Grid half size. All right. So actually, let me show you what this this looks like in game. I'm gonna remove the attack because we don't have an attack right now, and I'm just gonna show you the movement. So let's test this out. Oh, don't forget the attack target, to put it back here. Remove what we did for testing. And the test.
Well, So, the thing is, the EQS, you need to designate a target. So, realistically speaking, that's not gonna work. That thing I just made is not gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work at all. So what I would need well, actually, if I it would be two separate distance to targets. It would be distance to query. It would be two of these essentially. Two distance to query, so it would be another one. Two distance, and then it would just be the target. Context ranged ally. So, actually, I would have to rename that. Actually, I think I know how I could do this. I think I got it now. Okay, so wait, which one? So now that I think I have it, let me actually go back and play a different video. No, don't attack that, man. What the fuck's that?
So people
What's
are
going
pissed
on?
off at Dr. K.
So the number one thing that correlates with male suicide is not depression. And this is super scary. There's one study I saw recently that suggests that 50% of men who kill themselves have no history or evidence of mental illness.
Yep.
And this, I believe the statistic in my clinical practice because I know what depression looks like. I know what bipolar disorder looks like. And half the men that I work with, at least, are not actually mentally ill. See, mental illness means a pathology of the mind, which means that the mind is malfunctioning. Most of the suicidal men that I work with, their mind isn't malfunctioning. They genuinely have a life that is no longer worth living. They're looking at things and objectively realizing that there's no way out of this situation. So they turn to suicide. So I know it's kind of like a very controversial statement, but I think that's what my clinical practice has shown, and there's some research to back that up. So the number one thing...
So people are mad about this. People are pissed off. And it's like, obviously, he's not saying that they should kill themselves. He's talking about it from their perspective, right? It's like,
Bro, the man's right, though. The man's 100% right. It's not depression. It's literally there's nothing left. There's literally nothing left. They're out of options. It's the end of the road, dude. The end of the road is what does it. It's not... That's the main thing, is there no prospects. If you're at the end of the road, what do? Do you just suffer? You just keep suffering, or do you just end it? That is it. It's the end of the road, baby. The fuck, dude? Why are they going crazy? What the fuck?
I haven't seen the context, but like, tell me, am I wrong? That's clearly why. It's like, from their perspective, they think that their life isn't going to get any better. So like, they logically come to this conclusion rather than come to this conclusion through a manifestation of some sort of actual pathology of the mind, like he says. But people don't understand that, and they're getting pissed off at him, right? This is crazy. Why live your life is stupid. Well, why not take a huge risk? What do you have to lose? Well, that's again what you have to teach people, right? And that's clearly what the point is. Life's not worth living is bullshit intended to pander to social media audience. No, like, bro, I feel like that sometimes, right? Like, I remember whenever I was younger, like, I thought to myself, I was like, damn, like, whenever I get older, my life is just gonna suck dick more and more every year. Like, why am I alive, right? Because, like, if you are, like, I don't know, like, especially under 21, things are going up, right? But like, whenever you get to, like, I don't know, a bit after that, you're gonna feel like, oh, now things are going down. You know, now you're gonna have more health problems. Now you're going bald. Your parents are aging. You have to get a job. Like, what's the next good thing that's gonna happen to you? And it's like, if you can't find that, you don't know where that is in your life, of course you're gonna fucking think that. Doesn't mean that you're mentally ill. It means that you're not. You can see what's going on in your own fucking life. Doesn't mean you should kill yourself. It's not the solution, but that's the way people feel. You have to understand that, like, if you want a tweet to do really well on Twitter, you have to make the tweet stupid. Because if the tweet tries to communicate an idea, it won't work, because people on Twitter are stupid. The best argument is not an argument. You have to make people think something by some form of other emotional persuasion. And I think that, like, really what this shows is, like, in my opinion, like, this is in a way like actual empathy, where you can legitimately see the way another person feels. Like, you actually try to put yourselves in that person's shoes and think about how that person actually feels in the situation, rather than just going and being like, well, this is what I would do, and this is my viewpoint, and so you should do the way that you should do it to each people, right?
This man's right, though.
And that's clearly what the point is. Life's not worth living is bullshit intended to pander to social media audience.
Oh,
no,
this-
like, bro, I feel like that sometimes, right? Like,
You
I
saying
remember
that
when I
means
was
that those
younger,
fucking people that feel
I thought
like
to myself,
that
I was
they
like,
don't
damn,
exist.
like, whenever
they
I get
do
older,
exist.
my life is just gonna suck dick more and more every year. Like, why am I alive, right? Because, like, if you are, like, I don't know, like, especially under 21, things are going up, right? But like, whenever you get to, like, I don't know, a bit after that, you're gonna feel like, oh, now things are going down. You know, now you're gonna have more health problems. Now you're going bald. Your parents are aging. You have to get a job. Like, what's the next good thing that's gonna happen to you? And it's like, if you can't find that, you don't know where that is in your life, of course you're gonna fucking think that. Doesn't mean that you're mentally ill. It means that you're not. You can see what's going on in your own fucking life. Doesn't mean you should kill yourself. It's not the solution, but that's the way people feel. You have to understand that, like, if you want a tweet to do really well on Twitter, you have to make the tweet stupid. Because if the tweet tries to communicate an
He's
idea,
right.
it won't work, because people on Twitter are stupid. The best argument is not an argument. You have to make people think something by some form of other emotional persuasion. And I think that, like, really what this shows is, like, in my opinion, like, this is in a way like actual empathy, where you can legitimately see the way another person feels. Like, you actually try to put yourselves in that person's shoes and think about how that person actually feels in the situation, rather than just going and being like, well, this is what I would do and this is my viewpoint, and so you should do the way that you should do it the way that I think that it should happen. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's not you, bro. Like, what is this? Yeah, you're so correct here. Yeah, and like, I think that this post here, it goes to show that how little people actually have empathy. They don't really have any empathy. They just want to hear their viewpoint repeated, and they view people that repeat their viewpoint as empathetic, and people who don't as not. So much of the like dialogue and so much of the like self-help and shit like this on the internet is actually, this is my opinion, is only there to make people feel good about bad decisions that they've already made and justify future bad decisions. It's not actually there to challenge the individual. It's not there to improve their life. It's there to validate their pre-existing notions and make them feel like they're doing the right thing. And so it shouldn't justify, yeah, exactly. And so like, this is why, for example, you have all these people, like whenever I say that, you should stop, spending all your time on the internet playing video games all the time, people get mad about this, and they say like, oh, well, if your job is bad, you should work towards getting a better job. People get mad about this. Why do they get mad about this? It's very simple, because people don't want to hear that what they're doing is wrong. So the type of like self-help that happens on the internet is generally actually toxic, because all it does in the popular stuff is that it just tells people that the bad thing that you're doing is actually okay and it's not your fault. It's like the reason why you spend 12 hours a day jerking off to furry porn for animals that don't exist isn't because there's something wrong with you and you need to get a job. No, it's because of capitalism and Donald Trump. Like, the reason why you can't get a girlfriend isn't because you have 35 different figurines of lollies that, like, you don't want to shine a black light on them on. That's not the reason why you can't get a girlfriend. It's because of hoflation, and women nowadays only want to fuck chads, and the internet is out to get them. Like,
right about
this is the thing, right? So it's like, why is it you just always get to hear the thing that reaffirms what you're already doing? It's hoflation. Yeah, that's right, guys. And so this is what happens, right? And so, like, whenever you have somebody like Dr. K who's actually trying to help people, and isn't afraid of, like, oh, somebody might take this the wrong way or whatever, treats people like adults, you see the programming with people that have so many different levels of learned helplessness that are just like hard-coded into them. They're just malfunctioning because they're not hearing the thing that makes them feel good. You're right, fucking NPCs, that's right. Drives me fucking crazy. What he said is dangerous? Yeah, and what other people say is dangerous. Anything can be dangerous to anyone. What's your point? Yeah, forks are more dangerous. Again, he's speaking out of empathy? Yeah, actual empathy. And that's what I was saying before about how so many people don't even have the context to even understand what real empathy is. And whenever they see it demonstrated in video form, they're just like, they actually can't think of themselves as another person. They can't see another person's perspective at all. Yeah, bro, like, imagine, bro, people are getting mad at Dr. K. It's amazing. Fucking amazing.
That is pretty fucking crazy. God damn, dude. Oh, that's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. Okay, so the Xeno attack, we were able to do this with the Xeno attack. So what we need to do is we're going to need to make another one of these tasks. And this task is specifically going to get... It's going to get the closest ranged allies, what we're going to need to do. So... behavior tree, no, not behavior tree, EQ. Oh no, not EQS. Yes, it's behavior tree. Oh no, not behavior tree. It's, well, it's a task, behavior tree task. We're gonna need to make another one. Okay, behavior tree task. So let's go here. Oh, actually, let me get another video going. Let him miss it. Bro, what is up with people? Why? Why are people like this? Why are so many people okay with people getting hacked? Why are people the way they are? At least the fucking server that has people that fucking... At least the server made by the guy that has cybersecurity fucking background. No one in there is a fucking dumbass. The fuck, dude? Why? Why is there so many dumb motherfuckers out here that are really trying to shoot the messenger, trying to help keep people from getting fucking hacked? Bruh. Bruh. I agree with this. Battlefield 3 was the shit, dude. Those were the days, bro. That fucking the fucking open beta was good as fuck too before they released the game. But God, I played so much of that game as a kid, dude. Oh my God, dude. They're investigating. They're saying it's not an issue on their end, but you know what? I don't trust it. I wouldn't trust it. It's a corporation. Of course, they're going to say, we're looking into it. There's no issues on our end, guys. Yeah, there's no issues, guys. We don't know of these issues. Yeah, they're going to tell you that. They don't want you to freak the fuck out. They're going to tell you, we don't see an issue. They're going to tell you that. I'm not gonna tell you, oh yeah, this is an exploit, guys. Don't play our shit, please. Don't play our things. They're not gonna fucking tell you that. Oh shit, dude, that's funny. Oh, tasks. Here we go. Okay, yeah. So we gotta make a new task. I mean, I'll also find another video to listen to. What else we got here? Is there anything else? Fuck, am I actually out of... Yeah, I think I might actually be out of fucking
There's
videos
me
now.
right there.
No, stop. Okay, go. I guess go to my subscriptions and see. Oh, what's this gem right here?
Welcome, ladies and gents. Disney
What is this?
has now revealed, albeit accidentally, or maybe because they didn't think anyone would notice, that they've lost substantial amounts of cash on Star Wars. A lot of money, in fact. And this is all in their filings, their sort of white paper situation. So we're going to take a look at this today. It's fascinating stuff. It's been covered by some other people, but we're going to cover it as well and just sort of take a look and deep dive into it. Big thanks to WDW Pro as well as Valiant Renegade for essentially the idea to this video. And I will be taking some of their tweets from this.
The nearest
video as
ally.
well. So anyway, let's check this out. So it all started with this. WDW Pro over on Twitter, basically discussing film, tweeted this out. It says Disney has made $12 billion from Star Wars and earning back almost 3 times what they bought the franchise for. Interesting. You'd see.
Oh wait, got a message. Who messaged me? You know what? No, don't respond like that. Okay. Okay, let me just think for a moment here. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to pass the info. We need to pass the info to the brains here. Okay, so let me go. Where is the? Okay, so it's, no, don't open it up. Not visual. God damn it. Visual Studio, I did not want you. There we go. Okay. So, controlled pawn. Okay. So, we need to get that pawn's info, is what I think we need to do. So, okay. So let's do this. Let's check to see what info is actually stored on the individual pawn. Or wait a minute. I could actually, instead of getting the info from the pawn, I could get it from the controller, and I probably am going to have to, because I'm pretty sure the controller is what handles this. Yeah, the controller handles this. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to have to get it from the controller. So we're going to need the info from the controller. Okay. So, no, it's the wrong one. Okay, execute AI. Then finish, execute, success. Okay. Let me turn the video on.
See that, and you'd you'd be excused for
So
thinking
we need to
that's
get.
great. It's not true though. It's not true. WDW Pro replied and says this is idiocy. They didn't spend just 4.05 billion on Star Wars. The sequel trilogy cost more than 1 billion. Each Galaxy's Edge cost 1.1 billion. The Disney Plus shows cost huge money. Again, probably based on the amount that we know they spend generally on Disney Plus shows, they are like $200 million each, right? They've spent a lot of money. The hotel was 700 million. If they've only made 12 billion in revenue before taxes and theatre cuts, they're way in the hole.
Okay, let's
True.
see here.
True. But what are they actually pulling this from? Well, Discussing Film has their source, and it's this filing, right? This is their filing, which they need to do. They have to do this. Now, if you download it, you take a look at it. This is what it is here. It's the same thing. But it's interesting because we can take a look at this and you can see this part here. So it says highlight, or enduring franchises highlight our powerful IP and unique monetization capabilities. Does it now? Does it now? But let's have a look. Let's see what they're saying. Frozen, 9.9 times. Wow. 9.9 times return on investment. Wow, that's crazy. Toy Story, 5.5 times return. Wow. Avengers or Marvel, 3.3. And Star Wars, 2.9. So basically 3 times the investment. Wow. That's crazy. And it's all bollocks. So we've got to take a look, actually, at their own thing here, believe it or not. Their own small print reveals that they are misleading people. And it's intentionally misleading, quite frankly. So, it says source, company data. It reflects the ratio between revenue and investment on titles released following Disney's acquisition of the IP. Okay, well, first and foremost, Disney didn't buy Frozen. There's no acquisition there. They didn't. I mean, you can say that they acquired Toy Story, as we see in 2006. They acquired Pixar, but it's not exactly. Well, they didn't buy Frozen, did they? And that was a huge profit for them. But okay, well, let's take a look, because that's interesting. But there's more. Revenue reflects aggregate 10-year revenue streams.
Unit type.
Okay, interesting. Both generated and expected. What? So you're listing things that haven't even happened? What? But you could list anything. Right, okay. There's more. Directly associated with theatrical releases, including theatrical home entertainment, TV, pay and free, and consumer products, does not include, this is the interesting stuff, does not include derivative revenue streams such as park attractions. So Galaxy's Edge, Galactic Star Cruiser, not included in that. But that's a huge loss. That's a huge amounts of income that you've, huge amounts of money you've poured into that. What? Okay. Nor does it include direct-to-consumer originals associated with those franchises. So it doesn't include what you even have as the image. Mandalorian and Grogu. Because that's a direct-to-consumer original. You haven't included that, but you've put it there. That's not only 3 seasons of The Mandalorian. It is Ahsoka. So that's what, four shows. Each with a budget of bare minimum $200 million, probably. So that's 2, 4, 6, 800 million. You've then also got a whole host of Marvel stuff. So you've got 2 seasons of Loki. So that's 6. You've got 1 season of WandaVision. 7. Each at $200 million each. You've got Hawkeye. Ms. Marvel. You've got that Captain America thing. Falcon and Winter Soldier. I mean, there's a lot here. Each $200 million. And you're not including that in any of this? And there's more. That's really bad. That's really bad. Or pre-established franchise consumer products revenue. The investment reflects film production costs and print advertising, but not the stuff which matters. With the theatrical releases and titles, and in the case of animated titles, it also includes production overhead. Investment does not include any additional distribution costs or overheads. What? This is insane. This is actually insane. So they are falsely advertising a whole bunch of this stuff. I mean, they literally... Mandalorian and Grogu is not in there. That's 3 seasons, $200 million each. This is them just admitting that they're hugely in the hole. $12 billion? No. Nowhere near $12 billion. Like, actually, nowhere near $12 billion. They did not make $12 billion. That would come at a huge loss now, actually. That also doesn't include... that also does not include Dial of Destiny, Willow. This is Hollywood accounting through and through. But this is them unequivocally admitting through some dodgy fine print that they have lost a whole lot of cash on these properties. A lot of money. Really, really bad. And it's there for everyone to see if you read the fine print. It's literally on... It's on their paper. Restoring the magic. It's there. Clear as day. How incredible. How incredible is that, eh? Why would anyone trust these people? Also, just as an FYI, that still doesn't include the investment they've made on 20th Century Fox when they acquired that. There's nowhere. They have not bothered to include that, and that cost them a lot of money. Where's the return on investment for 20th Century Fox? Nowhere. Nowhere. Real bad. If you're a shareholder, you should be pissed at this.
Stop.
So leave your thoughts down below. This is fascinating stuff. These things are always quite interesting, I think. You can get a bit bored by the fact that it's just a bright white sheets of paper, but it is interesting when you dig into it and the sort of nitty gritty of the financials. It's absurd.
Okay.
Ridiculous. Let me know what you think. Take care. Bye-bye now.
Set value. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with gas. I think that's all the videos. Damn, bro. Damn, bro, I think that's literally all the videos that I have. Damn, what the shit. Oh man. Got nothing else. Well. Guess that means I'll go ahead and start playing the music. Everybody's dead. Why? No, not that one. That's the one I want. There it is. Okay, I gotta go back to the blackboard. Okay. Copy the name. Go back. About the variable.
Yeah, knew I was coming, I told him I was a soldier. Doubled the work when they minimized the exposure. Called my mama and told her I'm taking over. She started gassing me up just like a General Motor. Told me that I would pop, kinda some soda. Glass was half empty and now the cup running over. Had to go to the doctor, told him to give me pills for the pain I knew I would feel when I had the game on my shoulders. you feel in your soul and that makes your brain connect on a deeper level while pushing you to be great. Who do I idolize? Yeah, the one and only God. With a back, I'm thankful mama used to beat me with that rod. Wasn't always justified, but
Okay,
see,
so
life was real hard as a woman with
the way this works is it gets Team 2, it gets the Team 2 info, so it gets the collection of everyone added to Team 2, and then it gets
capsized over time in the gym in the year I became that guy. Hope I did it religiously, pray I did that consistently, mixing the two together. Then
I hope it automatically removes things that are destroyed. I really do hope it does.
Ravens University coach said I was him, then lied to my fucking face and tried sabotaging my shit. So I packed up my fucking bags and went got my own scholarship. That's a fact. I had to get it out the mud. Undersized, no looks, no help, no love. Pass up living like the parties, drinking, smoking, doing drugs and popping bottles.
I guess the easiest way to actually check that is if I actually, you know what, instead of doing that, let me just,
probably a narcissist. How the fuck y'all think I always drop the hardest shit? I focus on myself, and if you ain't a part of it, you dead to me and rest in piss with all the other carcasses. In 4 years, I had to go to 3 different colleges. That's the result of believing in empty promises. Swallowed my pride and secreted in my esophagus, but now I'm sick with it, so fuck it, I'm about to vomit it. I'm out of reach, I set the bar too high. Fuck you for saying and thinking I couldn't fly. I gave my heart to the game, and the day I had to cut ties, I was in a state of delusion and actually started to cry. Fell to my knees with disgusted and looked right to the sky. Thought that I'm getting revenge, then waited for a reply. And as the tears filled up and started leaving my eyes, I said it's fuck these punchies until the day that I die. The fuck you thought was gonna happen? I took that energy, put it into the rapping. Hopped in my bag and let go of all of the baggage. I took my thoughts and converted them into action. Then in the midst of the pain, I seeped into madness. Started thinking and crafting, devising a plan to attack them, burn them, turn them to ashes and harm. But it turned myself into a savage. Became with the hardness to walk on the planet. And now you gotta watch. That's how this story goes. That's how this chapter writes. That's how my pen flows. That's how my words flip, hit, click, boom, and blow a gap in the matrix and leave a gaping hole. For everybody who doubted me and has told me no, what couldn't measure the passion I had inside my soul? Every seed that I planted and that I ever sowed. For every rep that I did and all the sweat I poured. Overnighters and dead in the back when I was broke. To black and tan and walking out in the freezing cold. The welfare and having to wear the same clothes. And all the bitches who cheated and never did me wrong. For everybody who laughed and said that I was a joke. I hope you feel every word I say and I ever spoke. Then have to swallow your pride and in the process choke. Trying to stomach the fact that I said I told you so. Ah!
Wait a minute. Ooh, wait a minute.
Knew I was coming, I told him I was a soldier. Doubled the work when
I know how to do this. I can go in here and make it
started gassing me up just like a General Motor. Told me that I would pop, kinda some soda. Glass was half empty and now the cup runneth over.
test print
Told him to give me pills for the pain
and just have that be a thing that I execute.
years of age. Had to make up some time 'cause I knew that I started
Then we go back.
with it while studying all the greats. I added my own chapter, this remix another page. Now I'm selling out these shows, I can hear them screaming my name. Out the booth to the stage and then back in the booth again. Making music and feeling your soul and that makes your brain connect on a deeper level while pushing you to be great.
Oh no.
I idolize, yeah, the one and only God. With him back, I'm thankful mama used to beat me with that rod. Wasn't always justified, but see, life was real hard as a woman with 3 kids. Working like 3 jobs, thinking back, I was troubled and lost while in my youth. Asking asking the wrong questions, reading the wrong truth, fighting to please an ego, stealing to pay for who, while chasing these stupid bitches to eat the forbidden fruit. Went to church, got baptized, boat I was in, capsized overtime in the gym. In the year I became that guy. Hoop I did it religiously, pray I did that consistently, mixing the two together, then altered my inner chemistry. 25 points a game, kept unloading the clip. Carlton Ravens University coach said I was him, then lied to my fucking face and tried sabotaging my shit. So I packed up my fucking bags and went got my own scholarship. That's a fact. I had to get it out the mud, undersized, no looks, no help, no love. Pass up living like the parties, drinking, smoking, doing drugs and popping bottles, getting litty with these niggas in the club. To understand the man I am, you must know who I was and how every yell doubled up and transformed itself to a dub. Through my work, consistency, repetition, and love mixed with the pain that inspired the anger to rise above. You gon' remember me, yeah, that's my promise. I'm here and I'ma leave a legacy. There's no containing my crown and my fucking energy. My heart and my soul inside of these melodies. I'm fucking mind with my fire and my intensity. If you think I'm gonna stop, you must be smoking methamphetamine. I don't ever get tired, there's no catch me. This right here is my destiny. Better pray for my enemies, cause they can't match my pedigree. And that's a fact. And yeah, I'm probably a narcissist. How the fuck y'all think I always drop the hardest shit? I focus on myself, and if you ain't a part of it, you dead to me and rest in piss with all the other carcasses. In 4 years, I had to go to 3 different colleges. That's the result of believing in empty promises. Swallowed my pride and secreted in my esophagus, but now I'm sick with it, so fuck it, I'm about to vomit it. I'm out of reach, I set the bar too high. Fuck you for saying and thinking I couldn't fly. I gave my heart to the game, and the day I had to katana, I was in a state of delusion and actually started to cry. Fell to my knees, was disgusted, and looked up right to the sky. Thought God, I'm getting revenge, then waited for a reply. And as the tears filled up and started leaving my eyes, I said, it's fuck these pussies until the day that I die. I fuck you thought was gonna happen. I took that energy, put it into the rapping. I in my bag and let go of all of the baggage. I took my thoughts and converted them into action. Then in the midst of the pain, I seeped into madness. Started thinking and crafting, devising a plan to attack them, burn them, turn them to ashes and harm. But it turned myself into a savage. Became one of the hardest to walk on the planet. And now you gotta watch. That's how this story goes. That's how this chapter writes. That's how my pen flows. That's how my words flip, hit, click, boom, and blow a gap in the matrix and leave a gaping hole. For everybody who doubted me and has told me no, who couldn't measure the passion I had inside my soul. Every seed that I planted and that I ever sowed. For every breath that I did and all the sweat I poured. Overnight as a janitor back when I was broke. The black and tan and walking out in the freezing cold. The welfare and having to wear the same clothes. And all the bitches who cheated and never did me wrong. For everybody who laughed and said that I was a joke. I hope you feel every word I say and I ever spoke. Then have to swallow your pride and in the process choke. Trying to stomach the fact that I said I told you so. Ah! Yeah, knew I was coming, I told him I was a soldier. Doubled the work when they minimized the exposure. Called my mama and told her I'm taking over. She started gassing me up just like a General Motor. Told me that I would pop, kinda, some soda. Glass was half empty and now the cup running over. Had to go to the doctor, told him.
Okay, so I want it to print the length.
On my shoulders, started penning the pad. I was 22 years of age. Had to make up some time cause I knew that I started late. Obsessive compulsive with it while studying all the greats. I added my own chapter, this remix another page. Now I'm selling out these shows, I can hear them.
Okay, so then the way that this should end up working should be 1, then this one will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means 6. Yeah, it's 6, so then 7 total. That's if that guy's still alive. But let's go here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go here. So the querier, and then nearest ranged ally.
yeah, I'm probably a narcissist. How the fuck y'all think I always drop the hardest shit? I focus on myself, and if you ain't a part of it, you dead to me and rest in piss with all the other carcasses. In 4 years, I had to go to 3 different colleges. That's the result of
Okay, so attack target. So what we're going to do here, so testing, so that's what we did for that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab that. Oh, not the task, not the task. Open this up. The fuck? What the fuck? Excuse me? Oh yeah, provide single actor. There we go. Provide single actor. And we're going to change this. BP synth. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, yeah, so it's working on the, okay, so it does work on that. So then, so okay, so attack target is what we're gonna do. Trace data.
Too high. Fuck you for saying and thinking I couldn't fly. I gave said I told you so. Ah!
The fuck?
Yeah, knew I was coming, I told them I was a soldier. Doubled the work when they minimized the exposure. Called my mama and told her I'm taking over. She started gassing me up just like a General Motor. Told me that I would pop, kinda, some soda. Glass was half empty and now the cup running over. Had to go to the doctor, told him to give me pills for the pain I knew I would feel when I had the game on my shoulders. Started penning the pad, I was 22 years of age. Had to make up some time cause I knew that I started late. Obsessive compulsive with it while studying all the greats. I added my own chapter, this remix another page. Now I'm selling out these shows, I can hear them screaming my name. Out the booth to the stage and then back in the booth again. Making music and feeling your soul and that makes your brain connect on a deeper level while pushing you to be great. Who do I idolize? Yeah, the one and only God. Looking back, I'm thankful mama used to beat me with that rod. Wasn't always justified, but see, life was real hard as a woman with 3 kids. Working like 3 jobs, thinking back, I was troubled and lost while in my youth. Asking the wrong questions, reading the wrong truths. Fighting to please an ego, stealing to pay for who? While chasing these stupid bitches that eat the forbidden fruit. Went to church, got baptized, boat I was in, capsized. Overtime in the gym in the year I became that guy. Hoop, I did it religiously, pray I did that consistently. Mixing the two together, then altered my inner chemistry. 25 points a game, kept unloading the clip. Carlton Ravens University coach said I was him. Then lied to my fucking face and tried sabotaging my shit. So I packed up my fucking bags and went got my own scholarship. That's a fact. I had to get it out the mud, undersized, no looks, no help, no love. Pass up living life to parties, drinking, smoking, doing drugs and popping bottles, getting litty with these niggas in the club. To understand the man I am, you must know who I was and how every yell doubled up and transformed itself to a dub. Through my work, consistency, repetition, and love. It's with the pain that inspired the anger to rise above. You gon' remember me. Yeah, that's my promise. I'm here and I'ma leave a legacy. There's no containing my crown and my fucking energy. I put my heart and my soul inside of these melodies. I'm sparking minds with my fire and my intensity. If you think I'm gonna stop, you must be smoking methamphetamine. I don't ever get tired. There's no catch me. This right here is my destiny. Better pray for my enemies, cause they can't match my pedigree. And that's a fact. And yeah, I'm probably a narcissist. How the fuck y'all think I always drop the hardest shit? I focus on myself, and if you ain't a part of it, you dead to me and rest in piss with all the other carcasses. In 4 years, I had to go to 3 different colleges. That's the result of believing in empty promises. Swallowed my pride and secreted in my esophagus, but now I'm sick with it, so fuck it, I'm about to vomit it. I'm out of reach, I set the bar too high. Fuck you for saying and thinking I couldn't fly. I gave my heart to the game, and the day I had to katana, I was in a state of delusion and actually started to cry. Fell to my knees, was disgusted and looked right to the sky. Thought God, I'm getting revenge, then waited for a reply. And as the tears filled up and started leaving my eyes, I said it's fuck these pussies until the day that I die. The fuck you thought was gonna happen? I took that energy, put it into the rapping. Hopped in my bag and let go of all of the baggage. I took my thoughts and converted them into action. Then in the midst of the pain, I seeped into madness.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Oh, circle center is going to be the attack target. So, the courier, ranged ally, EQS,
I was a soldier. Doubled the work when they minimized the exposure. Called my mama and told her I'm taking over. She started gassing me up just like a General Motor. Told me that I would
Don't understand why that's not working properly. Attack target has to query around the attack target. It diffs, so distance one's going to be self. That works, but then when I go here, even though distance to but if what's that though? God damn it. Oh, wait a minute.
I idolize. Yeah, the one and only God. Looking back, I'm thankful mama used to beat me with that rod. Wasn't always justified, but see, life was real hard as a woman with 3 kids, working like 3 jobs. Thinking back, I was troubled and lost while in my youth, asking the wrong questions, reading the wrong truth, fighting to please an ego, stealing to pay for hoop, while chasing these stupid bitches to eat the forbidden fruit. Went to church, got baptized, boat I was in capsized. Overtime in the gym in the year I became that guy. Hoop, I did it religiously, pray I did that consistently, mixing the 2 together, then altered my inner chemistry. 25 points a game, kept unloading the clip. Carlton Ravens University coach said I was him, then lied to my fucking face and tried sabotaging my shit. So I packed up my fucking bags and went got my own scholarship. That's a fact. I had to get it out the mud, undersized, no looks, no help, no love. Pass up living life, the parties, drinking, smoking, doing drugs and popping bottles, getting litty with these niggas in the club. To understand the man I am, you must know who I was. Now every year doubled up and transformed itself to a club through my
Ow.
will. Consistency, repetition,
Bum.
and love is with the pain that inspired the anger to rise above. You gon' remember me. Yeah, that's my promise. I'm here and I'ma leave a legacy. There's no containing my grind and my fucking energy. I put my heart and my soul inside of these melodies. I'm fucking mind with my fire and my intensity. If you think I'm gonna stop, you must be smoking that
I'll be right back. I'll use the bathroom.
you catch me, this right here is my destiny. Better pray for my enemies, cause they can't match my pedigree. And that's a fact. And yeah, I'm probably a narcissist. How the fuck y'all think I always drop the hardest shit? I focus on myself, and if you ain't a part of it, you dead to me and rest in piss with all the other carcasses. In 4 years, I had to go to 3 different colleges. That's the result of believing in empty promises. Swallowed my pride and secreted in my esophagus, but now I'm sick with it, so fuck it, I'm about to vomit it. I'm out of reach, I set the bar too high. Fuck you for saying and thinking I couldn't fly. I gave my heart to the game, and the day I had to cut ties, I was in a state of delusion and actually started to cry. Fell to my knees, was disgusted, and looked up right to the sky. Thought God, I'm getting revenge, then waited for a reply. And as the tears filled up and started leaving my eyes, I said it's fuck these pussies until the day that I die. The fuck you thought was gonna happen? I took that energy, put it into the rapping. Hopped in my bag and let go of all of the baggage. I took my thoughts and converted them into action. Then in the midst of the pain, I seeped into madness. Started thinking and crafting, devising a plan to attack them, burn them, turn them to ashes and harbor it. Turned myself into a savage. Became one of the hardest to walk on the planet. And now you gotta watch. That's how this story goes. That's how this chapter writes. That's how my pen flows. That's how my words flip, hit, click, boom. They blow a gap in the matrix and leave a gaping hole. For everybody who doubted me and has told me no, who couldn't measure the passion I had inside my soul. Every seed that I planted and that I ever sowed. For every rep that I did and all the sweat I poured. Overnight as a janitor back when I was broke. To back in Canada walking out in the freezing cold. The welfare and having to wear the same clothes. And all the bitches who cheated and never did me wrong. For everybody who laughed and said that I was a joke. I hope you feel every word I say and I ever spoke. Then have to swallow your pride and in the process choke. Trying to stomach the fact that I said I told you so. Ah! Yeah, knew I was coming, I told them I was a soldier. Doubled the work when they minimized the exposure. Called my mama and told her I'm taking over. She started gassing me up just like a General Motor. Told me that I would pop, kinda, some soda. Glass was half empty and now the cup running over. Had to go to the doctor, told him to give me pills for the pain I knew I would feel when I had the game on my shoulders. Started penning the pad, I was 22 years old.
Okay, I'm back.
And call it search, yeah, look for trace. And we're going to do a trace. So our
No. The fuck did I close? I don't know what I closed.
Context here should be our attack target, and it's by default set to filter and score. I just want it to be filter only, so filter out anything that the enemy can't see the player. And bool match, we're gonna untick this to switch the locations. Switch the condition. And if you see the filter only, it's by default set to filter and score. I just want it to be filter only, so filter out anything that the enemy can't see the player. And bool match, we're gonna untick this to switch the locations. Switch the condition. And if you read here, it says require no hit. If I turn bool match on, it will say require hit. Now, I require no hit. That means that a trace from the enemy to the player with no hit is the location that I can see the enemy from. So if I'm standing here, then I can actually see the player from here. With no hit, by default, player from shouldn't be a valid location because the ranged enemy can't shoot the player, our attack target. And it's by default set to filter and score. I just want it to be filter only, so filter out anything that the enemy can't see the player. And bool match, we're gonna untick this to switch the locations. Switch the condition. And if you read here, it says require no hit. If I turn bool match on, it will say require hit. Now, I require no hit. That means that a trace from the enemy to the player with no hit is the location that I can see the enemy from. So if I'm standing here, then I can actually see the player from here.
The thing that doesn't make sense to me is the fact that it works when I've just that turned on, but wait, attack target, yeah, I see attack target. So admittedly it oh, wait a minute. Oh. 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 Wait. Oh. I think that's it, boys. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. Wait, who messaged me? It's they got fucking hacked at a tournament, bro. What the fuck? Bro, that's pretty sad, dude. That's fucking sad. That's fucking sad. That's fucking sad, dude. Okay, let's see here. So there we go. So now it should do that. So now let's see. Okay. Okay. So I think we have that now. I think we actually got that. Oh, please. Please tell me that we actually cracked the code, baby. Come on, man. So now we need to go back to enemies, AI controllers, EQS. EQS, block player. Okay, EQS block. Actually, no, let me say block target. Target, block target. There we go. So now we have the EQS block target. So if we go into back behavior tree, and then we go into the Xeno behavior tree, which is what he will be using. Move to minimum range. I don't think we're not going to need that right now. We're going to go here. EQS. Okay. I actually need that to set the thing. So, okay, so attack target. So what I need to do is then add test. Okay, no, not add test, but how do I get that to what? Okay. How do I get it to go to that thing? I know I need to set it as a fucking... Fuck. I gotta go back to that video again.
Testing pawn, let's move it a bit back here. Alright, so let's see what this looks like. If I play here, press the apostrophe key and 3 to bring. Alright, so my weapon.
I forgot about how to fucking. Damn it.
The grid of points that I was talking about. Let me open both of them up next to each other here. So let's open up our BT, and over here in our chase player, I'm just gonna move this away for now and unpin, and remove the arrow, and I'm gonna create a new sequence here in its place, and I'm gonna call it strafe. Now over here we want to run our EQS. 350 points by number locations. Circle center here is based on the circle attack. Go back to blueprint. Recons up by the single actor that the enemies have here. We know the function. What we're gonna do is promote this to a variable attack. We switch do it in our or they what we have here. So let's actually create the variable for that. And we're gonna, which if you recall was an AI controller right here, AIC enemy base, and so we have a function called set state as attacking here. Right click, promote to variable, and I'm gonna call it attack. Now our actor will cast this act target. Nice. As straight around EQS as our we're clear that here or this to actually all the point. So run an EQ, and I'm gonna want to write open a custom task and show you. You can right click here and say run EQS query, choose your query template. An EQS in there. And to do that, let me just open a custom task and show you. You can right click here and say run EQS query, choose your query template, assign on query finished, and then get result, all of that. But we can do it that's called run EQS. Takes your strafe environment query and has a run mode. Run mode, this means what should it return? It should return the single best.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm fucking stupid. POI. Block target, EQS block target, single best item. Yes, always choose the single best item for this. And then move to minimum rank. No, we're going to do move to. Move to. And it's going to be. PLI. So now if we go back here. Oh. Guess he doesn't want to fucking do it. What? Excuse me? Okay, circle around the attack target, yeah. Path exists for the querier, yeah. Do you know what? Actually, let's go back over here and let's copy these guys, put it over here. Disconnect those, but oh no, come on, give me that. And just see if that works. No. It's failing to do the query and then the move to. What? Okay, what's happening then? Yeah. Wait, it's... What the fuck? Eh? Come on, friend, what are you doing? What are you doing, you little bastard? So if I connect that, does he work? Yeah, he works then. He works then. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, why? Sir? Why are you like this? I'm so confused. Move to, let's say, attack target. Move to attack target, yeah. And then go back here. Yeah, he moves to me. Okay. Okay. Oh, but I probably gotta make a task to set, because that sets, so that gets the one dude. Wait, no, I don't actually. Wait, so. So that's correct. Yeah, that sets the value, and then we need to. I think I need another task. I need a task for setting the POI. Yeah. Okay. Blackboard task underscore set POI.
Best item from percent, item from best 25%. Then it has a Blackboard key here. This means that the location that this environment query will return, where should it be stored on the Blackboard?
Oh wait, no, wait.
Now, since the location is a vector, we need to store it in a vector Blackboard key, and the one we have for that is point of interest. So we're just going to select that. So after running this query, it will return a vector and store it in point of interest. So I'm just going to tell the AI to move to our point of interest. Simple as that. A vector, going to select that. So after running this query, it will return a vector and store it in point of interest. So I'm just going to tell the AI to move to our point of interest. So the one we have for that is point of interest. So we're just going to select that. So after running this query, it will return.
Oh, wait a minute. I need to make a new one. I need to make a new one. Because POI is being used. I think it's being. Is it being used? Is POI being used? No, it's not. It's not being used. What the fuck? Why the fuck? Why is it not working? What the fuck? So yeah, it's calculating proper. It's working. Oh, wait a minute. I probably got to... Then EQS, I need to reconnect this. Okay, so it's getting stuck on that. And oh, Hello? Sir? Okay. Okay. So it's not. It's definitely not getting that, and I think that's why it's like it's breaking. Because I think if I pull this guy up, where the fuck? Okay, let's see here. So, EQS. So if I do that, so if I disable that and then save it, that should actually work properly, I think. Now we're just gonna go here and do that. Do that. The fuck? Why? Why are you acting like that? Why is it failing the EQS? So, what? What? What is going on here? So there is definitely something wrong with the EQS. What the fuck is going on?
Hey, not like I really care, but there's nothing but couples here. We're like the only guys hanging out together. That ain't right.
That's funny. Okay, let's see here. So EQS. I don't know why.
A vector and store it in point of interest. So I'm just going to take a circle like this. And yeah, this is a very large strafe radius. So maybe you want it to be a smaller circle, like say 350. And here to 5. And change the spacing method to be by number of points. Now this is, but right now, if you look at circle center, we're generating it around something called environments. A query saying generate this circle by the player here. I will click on all this over the around the play. We can, but we have one slight problem. And here starts. This is what we're going to return. Own testing. Now this is what we will right click add our pathfinding test to make sure that. So now quick behavior tree. So run an EQS. Over here in our chase player, I'm just going to move this away for now. And nice. Over here, you can create. Let me just choose. I'm going to click yet with the built-in task that's called run EQS query or strafe environment query, and has a run mode. Run mode. This means what should it return? An item from a random best 5% or an item from the random 5%. The location that this environment query will return. Where should it be stored on the blackboard? Now, since the we have for that is point of interest, so we're just going to select that. So after running this query, it will return a vector and store it in point of interest. So I'm just going to tell the AI to move to our point of interest. Simple as that. Let's also increase the acceptance radius a bit to 10 just to remove any flakiness. To walking for now, but let's see how this looks like. So on to our first to the correct, and let's move to us, and let's remove the all right, strafing around the enemy seat to QS and enemy strafing around. But there, that circle testing pawn selected, equal points to the range. They're only assigned more enemy vector is. So if the radius is 300, let's say something around out is further to here. Great. Highlight one. So
I don't know why it keeps doing that. Why? Okay, yeah, he's looking. But it's not. Why? Why are you acting like that? Why are you the way you are? What is going on here? Attack target. Okay, what if I just do that? What? Why? What are you fucking... It's not doing the EQS when it's supposed to. Why are you not doing the EQS properly? What is going on here? What is going on here, dude? Why are you not doing the EQS when you're fucking supposed to? Because it's having no issue getting the attack target. 100% not having an issue. But what if I... Why is it not letting... What the fuck? Why? Context of the attack target. That's the attack target. Now, if I move you way the fuck over here. Wait, what? What do you do? Wait, what? Why? What the fuck? What? I'm so confused right now.
We're going to also add a minimum value, let's say of 100 or 150. So that means anything that is closer than 150 units to you, filter it out. Great. So now the enemy will, if the enemy's here, then the valid 2 points are this one and that one. And if the enemy is here, the valid 2 points are this one and that one, and so on. And if you recall, the run mode that I'm running is best 25%. So these two, randomly, the enemy is going to pick between them because they're in the 25%, of course.
Wait, is it... It's because of that? Is it because of that? Wait. Are you fucking serious? Fucking serious? Fucking serious? Fucking serious right now? Sweet Jesus. Sweet Mother of Christ. Sweet Mother of Christ. My God. Okay.
Alright, so let's test this now and see that the enemy... If you do filter only, it means that you're just removing things that are outside the range and keeping things that are without changing the score, moving anything. But we want both filter and score. And we want the distance, a range. Maximum range of whatever our circle radius is, or our circle diameter is. So if the radius is... Now you can see that we filtered out these blue ones with a score of 0, means they're filtered out. We filtered out anything that go from equals. On we don't want 100 unit here, and the points are best 20s. There. Let's always remember. Let's move the enemy to me, and across. That is anymore. Always moving in a circle. Perfect. That is exact. Only on straight. Open the enemy does not way. By the way, the enemy can see the pawn more. Always remember now and see that the enemy should not be moving diagonally anymore. Always remember now. Never. 3, 5 randomness in their movement. Queen chase name string if it hunts itself.
Fuck. The fuck just happened? Oh no. Okay, so there we go. So it's starting to do its thing. So now if we go back, right? So now if I do this, get nearest ranged ally, it's not working. What? Excuse me? Yeah, get controlled pawn, yeah. Okay. So now that's not the issue. The issue is this is not fucking triggering, which is fucking weird. Infinite loop detected? Oh. That, there, well, because there was an infinite loop. My bad. It didn't even do it. What the fuck? Hmm. Okay. I don't think about this a little bit. Okay, wait. Instead of calling it in here, I can call it in here. So I can do that. And actually what I will end up doing so what I can do, so close that, go back to the brain. Inputs. Actor object reference, and we're actually also get get nearest ranged ally. Okay. So what we're going, so now that's actually a thing here. So now what we're going to do. So now what we're going to do is we're going to copy all that. And then we're going to go back over here. Oh, these be what the fuck? Come on. No, that's not what that's supposed to be. It's supposed to be an execute. Come on, man. So then that means I'm gonna need to fucking do that again. So what we're gonna do then is we're gonna go back here. I copy the name and then we go here. actor, compile and save, and then we go back. Oh no, not there. We go here. Oh wait, here, enemy AI. There we go. Compile and save. Go back here. Okay, so for each one in team 2, it's going to do that. Admittedly, before it does that, I don't want it to clear that, but you know what, let's... Get black board. Okay, so black board of the controller, so we are then going to branch this out to get AI controller. Okay, let me fucking relaunch that because something fucking happened. Something happened. Something went herpaderp. I don't know what went herpaderp, but something just went herpaderp. Message log. What the fuck? Get out of your message log. Oh my viewers. Okay, so get nearest actor. Okay. The controlled pawn is the actor. There we go. And success. And then the other thing I want to do is so whenever this gets called, I'm going to need to clear it. I think I'm going to need to clear it. Wait a minute. Where'd I put the failed thing at? The failed is here. So it's failing here. Yeah, controller. No, not yet, controller. Synth. Yeah, you're set. Yeah, that's set up. What about here is it? Yeah, those are, yeah, that should work. Okay, that's fucking weird. Okay, so Okay, so it knows it's two of them. So yeah, it's not triggering that at all. It's failing. So it's failing this. Okay, unit. So it's definitely getting them. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm stupid. Yeah, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm dumb. Big dumb. Big dumb. Big dumb. Forgot to actually fucking connect the thingies. Big dumb. That's me. Big stoop. You already did that for this guy, but you gotta do it for each one individually. Yep. Big stoop. Big stoop. That's why. So now... I fired it off. Okay, and it is putting it in there. So we're getting a 2 because there's 2 people. The first one failed, but then the second one succeeded. And then it has 1 in there. Okay. Okay. So now, what if I do this? EQS, and I change the target. Can't fucking see. Nearest ranged ally. And then we do this. Oh wait, what if I do that and then I grab your ass and I move you. What the fuck? Oh wait, no. I'm fucking stupid. I'm stupid. That stores it as that, and I need the fucking... Move to nearest ranged ally. What? What? Oh, fuck. Come on. Oh, wait a minute. I could also... For each team 2, and then another branch hashtag, let's say range, has to be an exact match. If true, ranged allies, and then after that we can then just get the I can then actually all of this delete delete Oh wait, blackboard. Because they all only got one blackboard. Okay, so get actor location. Wait. Oh wait, no, I don't want it to be based on them seeing. I want, okay. Okay, wait a minute here. Get wait a minute here. Possessed pawn. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Okay, so okay, wait a minute. Okay, what I need to do here, add unique. We're gonna need to make another one of these. Okay, we gotta make another variable. Okay, so this is gonna be the pawn pool. Actually, wait a minute. Pawn pool, delete. So now we got the pawn pool, but we are also going to change it a little bit. We're going to go here, we're going to turn it into an array, and then add here to the pawn pool. So we are going to add the individual pawns to the pawn pool. Okay, and then from the, we're going to do for each loop, we're going to grab the guys from the pawn pool. Okay, for each. We're going to grab the guys from the pond pool. Okay, so when we do that, we're going to grab each guy from the pond pool. Okay, move that over. For each of those guys, we are going to get tags message. We're going to get their tags, and specifically has tag range. We need an exact match. Branch. So there we go. We got the. So it's gonna branch is gonna check, and if they do have that, we're going to add unique. To the ranged allies. So actually, I'm gonna go back up here. I'm gonna delete all that because we don't need that. We do not need that because I want it to grab all of the guys that it knows. Okay, then add unique to that. Then add unique to that. So, and then after that, it's going to grab the nearest enemy to the actor, triggering it. And then that should be good. Right? Hello? We got Xeno? Oh, because I have a set to ranged ally. Oh, one of those is wrong in there. score only. It's not actually filtered, that's only score. But I also want to make it to where this one average score. Huh. The fuck? Why? What? It's failing. Why? Okay. So for each of them, I want you to get the range tag. Okay. The fuck? Oh, wait a minute. My game is probably bugged, actually. Try launching it. Are we launching it? Oh, wait, who messaged me? Hmm. Four hours. I don't want to stop until I fucking actually get this fucking working, though. One. So, one. Wait, what? How do you have only one? You don't have only one. Actually, wait a minute. What if... test pond pool. Or 10. Oh no, there's 0. So there should be 2, but. I'll be right back. Okay. Hmm. The fuck? Oh, looks like it's fucking. What the fuck? Wait, what? Huh? What the fuck? What? Huh? What the fuck? Okay, go back here to this. So it'd be that. What? What the fuck? Oh. Okay, so who the fuck messed with me? I need. Okay, so let's increase the scoring. By 500. And then let's move this around a little bit and see if that changes much. Okay, so now in theory, it should always work. So now let me go back and reset those. Put that back. Put you back. Sir. Sir, what are you fucking doing, sir? Sir, what are you... What are you fucking... What are you doing? What are you fucking doing, you motherfucker? What are you... Why is it acting stupid? Wait, what? Almost. Come on, man. We're so close to getting this working. It's failing. Why are you failing? I don't really want to do a fucking overlap sphere gun, dang it. Okay, so okay. Sphere radius. How do you... Why? Why is that not fucking working? Okay, so that is, it's picking it up now. So then if I go back over here, yeah, so it's working. That is actually working right there. It's picking it up. Okay, it's picking it up, but he's just not doing what he's supposed to do. What the fuck are you doing, you son of a bitch? Why are you fucking doing this then? It should work. Get attack target, okay. And over here. Okay, get the AI controller. Wait, no. What the fuck? Okay. What the fuck? We get attacked her. What the fuck? Oh, that would be fucking why. I'm fucking retarded. Okay, so got that. So now we need to go into here. The fuck? Come on, man. Oh my fucking god, dude. This is so fucking annoying. Okay, I'm gonna stop.